Hi, everyone, and welcome back to NMRAx. I'm John Doring. This is the place for model railroading ideas, insights, and inspirations. And whether you're watching tonight on the live stream or maybe later on this weekend in April of 2023, or maybe you're watching us 10 years down the road, welcome. We're glad to have you again from wherever it is you are. Welcome to the community of model railroaders, scale model railroaders here in the NMRA. So first up this evening is a group of small short videos that were made as a part of the NERx annual online convention a couple of months ago. And we had so many good tips and tricks videos from model railroaders in the Northeast that we've got some to share with you here today. Let me give you a little taste of a couple of those. One is called Transfer Tape, tips by Tom Oxnard. He says, as modelers, we build lots of structures for our layouts. Those structures are made up of many different types of materials like wood, styrene, paper, mat board, plaster, and metal. All of that construction requires different types and kinds of glues, and most of you probably have several of those on your shelf. So Tom talks about one of his favorite adhesives, 3M transfer tape. A second is called Asphalt Roads by Richard Langellotti. He's a member of the Seacoast Division in the Northeastern region, resides in Peterborough, New Hampshire. The subject of his video is how to make asphalt roads using black mosaic tile grout. That's a technique that's briefly noted in a caption of a photo in an issue of Railroad Model Craftsman. This is one of several ways that we can make convincing roads and do that very inexpensively. And this video shows them how to do it. A third video is from Mike Wheeler, and Mike is with us live tonight. Mike, tell us a little bit about your tips and trips video.
Well, I'm a modeler who right now I don't have a whole lot of space. And one of the things that I do not have space for is a spray booth. So I do a lot of my painting with craft acrylics and rattle cans. And I'll show you a series of models that I've built and painted with those cans that you can do outside with very little infrastructure.
Fantastic. Looking forward to that because I'm often out there trying to paint something real quick in this cold New England weather. So. All right. I think we're ready to go.
All right. Sounds good. Let's roll the videos.
Langellotti, this is me. I'm going to go over a technique that I kind of learned how to make roads using something called black mosaic tile grout. It ends up with something that's reasonably realistic and is not hard to do at all. Now, as you look here, there's already, this one was already done. I did it yesterday. It's dry, and there's a reason for me doing this ahead of time. But we're going to do another little section here. The important thing to keep in mind when you're working with this stuff, gloves, because it gets into your fingers, the dry powder, it just gets everywhere, and you'll be washing your hands, until the cows come home. And this stuff that I had bought on Amazon, I'm sure you could get it at Michael's and Hobby Lobby. I just haven't looked. All we got to do is get some kind of a mixing container like this, preferably something you don't mind trashing, and then you're just going to throw it in the garbage when you're done. I'm going to pour out about a cup of this stuff. Put that back as soon as you're done with it. The most important thing about mixing water with it is you start with the dry powder, add the water to it, and you will need far less water to work with than you think. So if we have a cup of this dry powder, you're really only going to need maybe a couple of tablespoons, or if that, because otherwise you'll end up with soup. You want to have it to be either the consistency of kind of like putty, or really, really thick peanut butter, or in the case of here, you get slightly different color effects depending on how stiff the mix is. This had more the consistency of cow flop. I think we all know what that is. So I'm going to put in, that's it, and take something to stir it around, and then it's, you have to eyeball it. That wasn't enough water. A little bit more. That's gonna be just right. This is a rather dry mix, but that's okay. It's actually a little easier to work with. Now it's time to start scooping it out of there and laying it on the surface of your layout. Okay, so I take a putty knife like this plastic one and just kind of put it out like that. It's a real dry mix, so it doesn't want to come up on the putty knife. And you just kind of work it. We're doing a kind of, I'm not going to make a crossing, you know, between the rails here, because I don't have any spare rail laying around to put as guide rails. You would either, you know, take like a Blair line wooden crossing, or if you want to have a paved crossing, you would put a length of rail in there, so that way the flangeways don't get covered with this glop, because once it's dry, you know, good luck to you getting it out of the flangeways. You're going to end up needing a chisel and who knows what else, and it'll still be a mess. Even if you get some on the rail heads, it'll sand right off later on when it's dry. So I'm just trying to get it like this, and kind of make a road profile. Usually what I'll do is I'll draw some lines to indicate the width of the road and where the road is going with a Sharpie, but I forgot to do that here. That's it. There. And by sheer coincidence, this road's going to have a little bit of a crown to it, but lots and lots of roads have a crown. If you wanted to put, say, a manhole cover or something, I guess I would do it now while the stuff is still wet. When you're done, you can rinse out this thing. I would take the putty knife and most definitely wash it off, you know, so that way you can use it again. And wider roads, you know, use different size putty knives. So the experimentation is key. You have to do it in the spirit of a, you know, of a modeler. And that's pretty much it. And then you let it dry overnight. Now the reason why I put this here, you almost don't even have to sand it if it came out really, you know, if it came out really smooth. Here obviously needs to be sanded. That peak needs to be sanded off. Probably can do that with my finger. However, if I can remember where I put it, I have a tool just for the job. Let's see. Where did it go? Oh, Lord's sake, there it is. So I bought one of these things. I don't really know what to call it, but I don't do any drywall work or anything like that. No, it'd be a tad loud, but oh well. So you just take this and start sanding the top. Then we vacuum. Here's some candies. Yes, my cats are always here to help out with layout construction. And of course you could sand some more if you need to. What do you do if you're sanding and you're going along and a chunk off the side breaks off? I never actually replace it. I prefer to make it look like decrepit asphalt. You know, and then I'll just fill in ground cover, dirt, grass, what have you there, and that's that. Now this one here, I took a couple of lengths of 1/4 inch square strip wood. Here, I wanted to see what would happen if I tried to use those as you know, as a sort of guide. There it goes. And not bad. There, hope you could see over my shoulder here. Just use the sharp end of this thing to cut it in there. That's gone. Vacuum all that stuff. And that's pretty much it. It will take paint very well if you want to color it a little differently. As far as putting, you know, road striping, you know, that's easy enough to do. There's either, you know, all those applied tape ones, or what I typically do is I just take 2 pieces of painter's tape and, you know, give myself a line there, and then just paint it. Give it about 3 coats of yellow paint and everything, and then you have nice looking lines. Now, when this one dries, I could do a little sanding of that too. If you don't feel like using one of these machines, you could certainly use a sanding block, although you may be working at it a little bit longer. So that's my presentation on this. Give it a try. I think you'll be glad that you did. Thank you very much.
Hello and good evening. My name is Tom Oxnard, and I like to build structures. As modelers in our hobby, we all should build structures which greatly enhance our layouts and our railroad empires. When we build structures, we use different materials like wood, styrene, paper, mat board, plaster, and metal. All of that construction requires different types of glues and adhesives. And I'm sure that you have many varieties of glues and adhesives that you prefer in different situations. I would like to talk about one of my favorite adhesives that I use, and that is 3M transfer tape. Transfer tape is essentially Scotch tape without the cellophane. When I look on the internet, there are dozens of kinds of transfer tape. What I've used for the last 2 decades is transfer tape number 465. This is listed for light industrial use and is what I initially purchased from a hobby dealer way back. Transfer tape is great for attaching or laminating 2 different kinds of materials together. Paper to wood or to styrene, styrene or basswood to mat board, styrene brick sheets to wood or to mat board or to styrene, etc. Transfer tape comes in many different sizes and widths. 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch, 1 inch, on up to 18 inches. I have 2 rolls, 1/2 inch and 1 inch, and I find that the 1 inch is the most useful and probably easiest to handle. It comes in rolls with a glossy brown paper on one side. You can unroll it and cut the length that you need, stick it accurately on your surface, and then peel off the brown paper only when you're ready to glue on your shingles, whether paper or wood or metal or whatever. It's great, long-lasting, and somewhat permanent adhesive. Let me share some of the pictures of how I use it. First use and more frequent use is for attaching shingles to roofs. Your roof deck can be wood or styrene or mat board. Here I have used some mat board. You can see the white. You may draw spaced horizontal lines on the roof so that you can keep your rows of shingles parallel because the tape is clear and you can see through it. Although I don't find that particularly necessary. I place the first row of tape on the lower edge and unroll it, press it down, and cut the second end when it's in place, cut with either fine scissors or a sharp hobby knife. Then I lay on the second row and just above that and keep going, row after row. So the upper roof has rolled roofing on it. Here is another roof with 4 rows of transfer tape on up this roof. And this is for some corrugated metal roof, aluminum roof. This is a great way to attach the aluminum roof down quite permanently. When you get to valleys and dormers and ridge line changes, you have to cut the tape first to proper angles. Lay your pieces down. Some of these rows can overlap. Don't worry about that. That's okay. There are always ends and angles and corner patches where the tape does not stick. In that case, I use Walther's glue in those corners. I always use Walther's glue to fasten the ridge cap as well. This is a complicated roof, and you're always going to get some overlaps, but it still works. Here is the finished product with the ridge caps in place. The second way I use the transfer tape is to laminate building walls to make them thicker or stronger, and to add an interior wall when I want to do interior detail and lighting. You will have less chance of warpage and bending using transfer tape instead of a liquid glue. When I am scratch building a brick structure with N-scale architect brick sheet walls, I will always laminate it to mat board to give thickness to the masonry windows. You can still add bracing in that situation. Here are some of the pictures of Rockingham Junction B&M station being built. It's hard to see, but I have added V-groove interior styrene walls to the basswood clapboard outside walls on the left and on the right and on the front wall. All of this is done while the walls are flat and before the walls are glued together. The interior styrene walls are just braced and don't need to be laminated. You can see a little bit better in the finished product, the interior V-groove styrene walls. Here is the N-scale architect brick sheet for walls. I start by cutting out the windows and door openings to fit the masonry windows and doors. I then stick down my transfer tape onto the 16-inch mat board on the right. When ready, peel off the backing and laminate the styrene brick wall to it. I then cut out the mat board door and window openings with a sharp X-Acto knife on the right. Make sure the openings have smooth sides and still fit your doors and windows. I then paint everything your brick color of choice, including the window openings. I use a wash of alcohol and paint for the mortar. Lastly, I install the windows. That gives you the thickness of the brick wall for a good look. That's how I've used one of my favorite adhesive, transfer tape. It's durable and much stronger than double-sided tape. It doesn't spill or run down your model sides. There's no chemical odor. And I have not had any deterioration in 2 decades. Thanks for watching. That's it.
This is a presentation that I put together over the years. Tricks, tips, and shortcuts, I call it. And the first trick in getting to some proficiency in modeling is to organize yourself first. Have a cabinet full of milling collets, milling machine collets and cutters, a drawer full of fasteners and smaller parts. Most of them are the dollar store 7-day pill cases. And I've accumulated a fair number of photographs for modeling purposes, diagrams, plans, articles by category, location, type. On the right is a bookcase, and then steam engine detail parts for whatever I've been categorized as. I am a locomotive builder by preference. Shop tricks. First of all, if you're going to build and do any riveting, fix the riveter. And in this particular case, I have made a new rivet die and also an adjustable fence for the riveter table, as you can see on the left, and also can shim and vary the quality of the depressions in the rivet die. On the far left, it's a piece of drill rod and home heat treated, if you will, and in preference to the Northwest Short Lines rivet dies that they provide. Fix the chopper. In this particular case, I have made a special fence fixed so that I can cut to depth the northeastern coach sides in this way. And following the Stafford Swain technique outlined many, many years ago in Model Railroader, cut your window openings slightly narrower and slightly shallower. And then when the rest of the siding is applied, you have the feature of it appears that there's a sash involved. So upper image at the very top is one of the blanks, actually a reject blank, and then left and right sides, which resulted in this particular car, which is O&W Car 30, which was the executive car, classified as a parlor car, but named bearing number 30. And the car still exists. It exists up in upstate New York. It's been acquired by it was acquired by the late Walter Rich, and he has opened up it's undercover now, and it's largely been restored. And I don't know what the schedule is for open to the public, but it's in his hometown in upstate New York. And here's parlor car Erickson, which was unique in its window arrangement, different sides and so forth. So I made that again using the Northeastern coach side stock. 1970s era passenger car imports had a floor consisting of nothing more than a slab of brass. So in order to provide some reasonable detail, I made a master, a rubber mold, and use high-strength resin casting for the floors. And in this case, you can see the difference between the original equipment floors, which are nothing more than a very minimally detailed slab of brass. And then in the lower right is one of my resin floors, at least adequately detailed. And I always enjoy giving a little life to the models. This is a Nickel Plate Products brass combine from the 1970s, and I had to replace and make a master and resin castings for the very, very distinctive Osgood Bradley paired clerestory vents. And while I was at it and fooling around, I opened the door to the baggage compartment. This is an interesting tool I have on my workbench, an interesting feature. I was admiring the work that was done. I finally had succumbed to the lobbying for granite kitchen countertops. I watched the installer mark out and pattern what would be the cutout for the sink. I asked him what he was going to do with it. He told me it was just waste. And I asked him, I said, square it up, buff it off round the corners, and cut me a groove 1/8 inch deep and 0.625 wide in the center. That's HO track gauge, so that I can take all measurements right from railhead height without trying to bounce it around on a piece of track. I use either a needle point or a dial indicator for positioning from the railhead. And as I say, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, boilers on my scratch building efforts can be leveled to within 1 to 3 10,000ths, and that's close enough for me. Pipe straps. I hate turntables for the variety of reasons. Dust, paint, I call it paint snot from prior painting jobs blown all about. I just get a length of polymer pipe strap from the hardware store, cut it off to lengths, give it a bend, and screw it into screw it into the truck mounting holes, truck bolsters. This just happens to be a couple of images of brass cars, but it works for anything. It works for anything. I use it with resin kit cars that are built, or brass cars, or wood cars. Doesn't matter. Bending. I have a series of bending mandrels that I've made on the lathe. You can see that in the one case I'm bending a firebox. Others, bending some riveted stock to form the sides of a tender. And the bottom are spring mandrels that I've made, and just a variety of different small screws and a tab soldered across the screwdriver slot. You can see on the right here some small springs that I've made, and it's a matter, I drill a hole right up near the top, simply thread a piece of phosphor bronze wire through it and spin it around, and then cut it off and spin it back off, and you have you can make springs of any length. Here's the tender side sheets all riveted up and ready to be joined together and fitted up to a tender frame. Whereas I build a lot in brass, simply because I think I can. It's easy to work. It's easy to solder. I made a bunch of scrapers, and those are in the upper right. What I do is I take a variety of drills, which are already heat treated on the lathe, just put them in the tailstock and ram a piece of dowel into it, use a brass tubing so it won't split, and then very carefully grind them off without destroying the temper. Variety of different hand vices that I've acquired over the years. Some of them I'm sure are dozens, if not over 100 years old. And the left is a so-called ring vise, which has a peculiar shaped handle and a rectangular ring, and it's spring loaded. So you put the part in it and then squeeze it tight and thump it down on the top of the workbench, and it jams closed. In the arrow, there's a firebox door that I'm making, and I just glued some stock to a little block of wood, drilled the vent holes in a drill press, used the XY table, making the count so that the vent holes are properly spaced, and then I cut it out and just drop it in a saucer of solvent, and floats free. And that is the end of my tips and tricks.
Hello everyone, my name is Mike Wheeler. I'm a member of the Nutmeg division. This tips and tricks is called Painting with Craft Acrylics and Rattle Cans. The impetus for this is that, like a lot of you, I used to use different brands of paint, and it seems like paint suppliers change every day. Like Floquil, Model Master, Polyscale have all gone out of business. You get different mixtures of paint, different colors, and it seems like they change every day. The other thing is that model paints tend to be expensive, pretty, like $4, $5, $6, $7 per ounce, and it's very expensive when you consider how much painting we do. And the combination of suppliers that change, formulas that change, and the cost can be very frustrating. So my thought with paint was, what if there are other sources that are cheaper and more readily available? One of those sources is if you go to your big box stores, you can find craft paints like these, or poster paints effectively, and they're really inexpensive. They're like $1 or $2 per bottle, and they're much larger bottles than what we use for model work. The other element to these is they actually have a pretty wide range of colors and shades and hues that allow you to match a lot of your railroady colors, but also have a lot of general colors for structures and vehicles. The nice thing about these is they're very easily thinned for airbrushing or washes. There's a very nice article a few years ago in Railroad Model Craftsman about mixing these properly for airbrushing, and it's you can certainly do that if you're an acrylic painter. The other thing is I've used these very, very effectively with dry brushing. Another source that I use is rattle cans, and you would think these. I know the big cans tend to have thicker paint and they have larger chips, so you want to definitely be careful using these for models. But what's nice is a lot of the paint manufacturers have begun to make paint exclusively for plastics. And as such, the thickness tends to be very nice, even on some detailed models, and we'll see that in a minute. The other element to these is they have a nice range of colors that match a lot of general colors, and you can get very close to some of your more specific railroad colors. And additionally, they have a nice, there are some really nice flat colors. The one shown here is Rust-Oleum Camouflage Brown, which is a dead flat brown, which is great for rusty underframes, inside hoppers, stuff like that. These rattle cans are great for building and painting large models and painting in bulk. And then the other element is I also use their Rust-Oleum Primer Gray as a base for almost everything I paint, because it's a very good, strong primer that makes a nice tooth and nice base. So let's look at, here are some of the models I've built. These are some structures that I've worked on for my ON30 switching layout. Most of what you see here has been painted with rattle cans. So the storage oil tank in the top right is just a flat black, and it's a large model with some nice rivet detail, and flat black looks very good if you apply it correctly. One thing with rattle cans is you want to be careful with not applying too much paint. The whole multiple thin coats are better than thick coats, so you can see all the detail. The other thing, the big structure, brick structure in the bottom right, is a woodland scenic structure that I painted with just rattle cans, and it's very easy to match brick and concrete and even certain metal colors. And you can get really nice paint lines with masking tape. You get a really nice structure look. It looks like a real structure. You can match brick with a little bit of weathering, and it looks very good. And I didn't have to mix up batches of paint for my airbrush. I have also used craft acrylics for painting structures, particularly wood structures. Both of these are a custom wood structure that I got off Etsy, and I painted both of these just with a brush and some craft acrylics that I thinned out a little bit. I would say the one thing with using the craft acrylics, particularly if you don't thin them a lot, is you do want to apply them in small batches. It's a paint that can dry very quickly and can be add a lot of thickness. But if you paint carefully in a dry brushing type method, you'll end up with a really nice look. Especially with wood, you get a very nice weathered wood texture and wood grain. Without a whole lot of effort, you can get a nicely weathered structure. And even the weathering on both of these, all the roof panels are painted with the acrylics. The weathering on the building on the left is acrylics. The rusty paint on the right is acrylics. And these are just the craft acrylics you find at Walmart or Target. If you're careful, you can even paint figures with these paints. Both the moose and the several of the figures were painted this way, and it's a simple matter of again using small amounts of paint, using a small fine brush, and being very deliberate with how you paint. Not applying too much paint at one time, doing light coats, working in small areas to make sure that you don't overlap and put too much paint in one spot. When another area is rolling stock. So this is an ON30 flat car for my switching layout. This entire car and all the details on it were painted either with rattle cans or dry brushing with acrylics. Again, the key thing here is taking your time, painting in light coats. You get a nice finish with some of the paints. One thing in particular is if you use the rattle cans as a base coat, many of them are gloss. You don't have to do a gloss coat for decals. So I was able to put those decals right on the base paint coat and then do a flat coat over the top of it and then follow that with weathering with acrylics. Again, the dry brushing on the oil tank there and on the pallet and on the barrels, all with just maybe a white or a mix of gray. And that's all just craft acrylics applied very lightly. So one area, just to kind of show you how well rattle cans will paint if you're careful, I think we all know yellow is an incredibly hard color to paint just because it's so thin. And typically, whatever paint you're using, you need 2, 3, 4, 5, even 6 coats of yellow to get a nice finish. This is an HO scale work truck from my HO scale layout, and that paint is actually a Rust-Oleum 2X, I believe, Golden Sunset Yellow. This is probably about 2 or 3 coats of yellow, followed by some detail painting with silver and a clear coat on top of that. And you can still see all the detail, all the fine lines in the truck casting, down to the vents in the hood in front of the windshield. So, you know, this is the kind of thing where the light coats, which have been talking about light coats and being careful, you can get a really nicely detailed model with an excellent paint coat and an excellent finish with both spray cans and the craft acrylics if you take your time and you're deliberate. So the big takeaways here, you don't have to get expensive and hard to find model paints that may go out of business in the next couple weeks and you have to ship to a different line. You can find readily available paint from both big box and home improvement stores for modeling and model and paint effectively on all your models. You can match railroad colors with a little mixing and matching if you're not afraid, and you've got some good references. You can very easily mix these poster paint colors and even the rattle cans for railroad models. There's some nice matches to all sorts of railroad colors out there, particularly if you weather them after, it's going to look really close. The big thing here is making sure that you're patient. Even like airbrushing, you want to do multiple light coats, let the paint dry, not stay too long in one spot, and you'll get a nice even coat that covers the model very nicely. If you do want to get into this and start trying with these, I highly recommend taking out some models from your junk box, or maybe, you know, picking up a few from the hobby shop in the dollar table or the dollar box, and practice proper technique and paint mixes on those before you get into painting some of your nicer models. I think you'll find that you can paint very effectively with the rattle cans and the craft acrylics, and you'll get some really nicely finished models when you do so. Thank you.
All right. Wow. That was a lot of information coming at us. Hopefully those of you watching have gotten some good ideas on how to build roads and how to use materials. And so we have Mike on the line here to talk about painting. And so we've just seen your video here, Mike, on using rattle cans. It looks like you've used rattle spray cans for all different kinds of projects, structures and track and everything, huh?
I have. As I said earlier, my wife and I live in a small house, so there's not currently a workshop where I can do a lot of airbrushing. It doesn't make a lot of sense for me to haul out a compressor for 1 or 2 models, which I work on. So rattle cans are very easy. I keep them in a safe place, and I can walk outside on a warm day and paint some stuff. You know, as we saw, I do a lot of rolling stock. So I have here a box car for my Owen 30 layout.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is all done with rattle cans and craft acrylics. So this is, you know, if you go to your big box store, you can see in the spray can section, they'll have all sorts of different colors. This is not, you know, where you have one red, one green, one blue. So you can pick a nice red that'll match. If you need a boxcar color, you know, an oxide red or something, you can match that pretty easily. And they've got a lot of great paint formulations where it won't obscure detail. If you come to the end, you can see that, you know, this car has some grab irons and it's got ladders and doors and stuff. All that detail is here on this car. and you can do a lot of them. I've got a gondola here, just flat black. Again, all the rivet details here. That yellow truck that was in the video is actually a really cool example. That's an HO scale. That is a die-cast toy that I rebuilt. If you follow the NER newsletter, you'll be able to see an article on how to build that. But if you're careful with the paint, both with rattle cans and craft acrylics, you can have a very nicely detailed model that will match what you can do with an airbrush, and you won't obscure detail. You won't have to worry about matching colors because there's plenty of options out there.
That's great. In fact, you've answered one of the questions I had, because as we shared offline, I have some ON30 stuff too. And I bought a lot of these cars that Bachmann made that went into these kind of promotional sets, like they have Christmas decorations on them or Budweiser decals. So I've got to strip all those down. And I was kind of wondering, well, do I paint those all with an airbrush or a rattle can? Now, because there's actually a lot of volume of painting there, it would make a lot more sense for me to do it, I think, with a can, and yours came out nice.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because that's exactly what these are. These are the Hawthorne Village, I believe.
Right.
And I did the same thing. I bought, you can buy these on eBay for, $5, $10, $20 a pop, and get a lot of cars, even if you're careful, and do the same thing. So that's what I did with these. They're inexpensive. They're readily available. And you can get some nice weathering done. I would like to highlight that on all of these cars, it's not readily available in the video, but in the PowerPoint, I talk about using Rust-Oleum camouflage brown.
Okay.
And of all the paints I do, if you take nothing away, that camouflage brown dries dead flat, and it's excellent for underframes. It's excellent for trucks. It dries dead flat, and it gives a nice weathered look. So I use that on everything. I use it on buildings, freight cars, everything.
I'm glad you said that, because that was another question I was going to ask. Because I think I saw in a clinic somewhere that was a good thing to paint track with. And so I bought one or two of those. I had really good results. And now I think I have that Rust-Oleum camouflage paint in maybe 3 or 4 different colors, because it comes in blacks and grays and greens. And yeah, every time I use that, it just looks really realistic. Yeah.
This is actually this combine here. It's actually started off as a baggage car. This is the camouflage green, which depending on matches a light Pullman green very nicely. It looks like a passenger car to me.
Yeah.
So this was another one of those rattle can cars that I did. So yeah.
Are there any paints that you would recommend beyond the Rust-Oleum, or some that you haven't had good results with?
I tend to stick to the Rust-Oleum. I would stay away from maybe like a store brand paint. I don't want to name the big box stores here, but Rust-Oleum has been by far my best. I've had my best luck with the camouflage colors, the primer gray, which goes on really nicely, and it goes on really lightly, covers very well. And then the 2X line that Rust-Oleum does, they have a wide variety of colors that you can do just about anything, and they'll cover very nicely. And actually, they've got a primer in them, so you don't even really need a primer if you want.
Yeah. I guess for most of our applications, we'd also want to stay away from the shiny or glossy type paints. But I'm trying to think if they work in some situations. They might be the right thing to use.
They actually might. So I'm actually in the process of doing a couple HO scale cars for my other layout, and I have to decal these. So if you use the gloss coat or the gloss colors, you'll actually get the glossy finish that you need for decals without having to do a gloss coat.
Okay, so there you go. Have you ever rattle can painted something and it turned out really bad, or you sort of regretted doing it the way you did it?
I've had a few cars go the wrong way. I think that's where I really hype on being patient. I've got some hoppers over here. These are in progress Conrail ballast cars. And like any hopper, especially the ones with outside ribs, there's a lot of hidden nooks and crannies on these. So you'll want to be careful making sure that you do light passes and you don't try to paint the car in one pass. That's probably the biggest thing. I think as long as you're careful with your number of passes and you got light coats, you won't have an issue.
That advice is like for the ages, isn't it? I can hear my dad telling me that when I'm 8 or 9 years old, that painting is always about light touch, many passes.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Um, okay. Well, and what's like the most challenging part about that for you? I mean, I'm thinking about that little truck, and how you mask everything off. That's probably a big part of a project.
Masking. Yeah, I would say masking is probably the biggest part. Um, it depends on the color. Like we talked about, as you might expect, the black covers everything. A dark blue will cover everything. But if you paint yellows for like maintenance of way equipment, yellow, no matter what you do, does not cover well. And it's
Hmm.
a color that typically requires 3-4 coats no matter what paint you use. So when I did that truck was a test for me. Just because that die cast model had a lot of detail to it that I wanted to retain. So that probably was 3-4 coats of yellow, of a couple light passes, take it outside, let it sun dry, and wait half an hour to do it again.
You and I both live in New England, and it can get pretty cold and stay cold for a long time. What do you do when you want to paint something and it's 20 degrees outside?
I wait. It's not readily apparent, but on top of my ON30 layout right here are about 15 different projects that are waiting for paint.
Yeah.
So I spend the winter building things and then the summer painting them.
So one thing, do you have a glove on right now?
I do, because I have some models that
Yeah.
are waiting for decals, and I don't want to get my hand oils all over.
It just reminds me. I mean, I like to think that one of my biggest lessons for using rattle cans was putting on, disposable gloves, and not getting paint all over myself. And then I'm almost embarrassed to say it because that seems like such a duh. But I think I painted for 20 years
Yeah.
before I started putting those gloves on. And, then you're at the sink, scrubbing all that paint off, which is ridiculous. Those gloves that was a game changer for me in terms of,
Right.
it's really easy to go paint something, then you're not going to get all dirty.
It's also a safety aspect too. I mean, you want to remember these are chemicals that are wet chemicals that are in the air, the particulates.
Fair
If you
enough.
do paint
Fair enough.
inside, like you're painting your track, a respirator is an absolute necessity. You'll want to make sure you're properly ventilated.
Mm.
Like I said, I tend to do all my painting outside, away from the house, away from the cats and dogs and my wife and everything. But
Right.
even then, you still want to be careful.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. Good point. Hey, if I can ask, I know you got a small layout that you're working on that's sort of right over your shoulder. You want to move your camera around a little bit and just show us,
Sure.
show us,
So,
show us all?
if you recall from the PowerPoint, a
Yeah.
lot of what's in this layout was in what we had just talked about. So these structures are from a variety of sources, but they're all painted with, the white building here is a wood building that I got off of Etsy, and that's painted solely with craft acrylics,
Yeah.
which applied lightly weather very well. They show the wood texture very nicely. This is a design preservation models kit that I bought and unfolded. That's all rattle can. Um, I've got a green wood structure right here. Again, this is all craft acrylics, so craft greens. The nice part here is, if you don't like the color, you can mix it and match it, and you can weather it very naturally using craft acrylics, using spray cans. You've got, let's see what else is here.
Nice.
Down at the far end, you can see that's an American Model Builders freight house that's been painted with craft acrylics. And so
Okay.
are those freight cars, actually. The box car back there is a rattle can car. And then this last structure, this blue fishery warehouse thing, that was done with craft acrylics as well. So I've used that very extensively on this layout. Even we'll get in here to the rock wall. This was a rubber casting that I bought off of eBay, and that's been painted with several degrees of craft acrylics and grays and blacks and stuff like that. So they're very versatile paints. Like I said, you can use the craft acrylics and rattle cans anywhere on the layout.
Wow.
To go back to the safety aspect, the nice thing about a portable layout, and you can do this if you're modular or you're an N scale or something, you can take these outside on a nice day and paint outside. So
Yeah.
my wife was gracious enough to help me wheel this outside and on a sunny day, and I just painted all the track with the rattle can on a nice sunny day and let it dry outside. And once it was done, I brought it in.
I think and I'm a modular railroader, and I totally get that and totally agree with it. Now, I would also just offer up that you wouldn't want to leave those modules out on a summer day when it might accidentally downpour all over them.
Yes.
Ask me how I know and sign up for more tips and tricks from John Doring. No, that's really, really cool. And obviously you've done a lot with these paints. So I think that's going to be really helpful to lots of people. The last question I have here is, let's suppose somebody gave you a Maple Leafs jersey. What color of paint would you use to paint over that and make it into a Boston Bruins jersey?
Well, I would probably use some Rust-Oleum Golden Sunset,
There you go.
which is my go-to maintenance of white color.
Perfect. And you can turn that jersey into something that people would want to keep. Well, Mike, thanks so much. We appreciate having you here today, and you and all the others who shared their tips and tricks. Really good. Thanks so much.
Thanks, John.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Here we go again. Our next clinician is an architect and a model builder who lives in Hawaii. His presentation today is about computer-aided drafting using SketchUp. So our clinician is Neil Erickson. Neil, welcome.
Hey, thank you for having me. I'm a little embarrassed about this video because I narrated it at night, and in Hawaii we have a lot of invasive koki frogs. So hopefully you're not too amazed, but there's some long pauses in there while I got really frustrated.
With
So yeah, at any rate, when you see these pauses, I want the our audience, our viewers, to do
Mm,
the math. There's some math involved, and so we're a little interactive here. So if you're watching online, post your answer, and when you figure out what I'm doing, you'll understand what I'm talking about. So
okay, that sounds
yeah,
intriguing. And
so
I
some
must
small
say,
math problems.
as background noise options go, the fact that it's Koki frog sounds a little bit
Yeah,
exotic to me.
it could have been chickens, so I chose night over day. So we have,
Okay,
I don't know how many chickens, 50, 60, I don't know.
gee whiz.
Yeah, I could
That's
live in
getting
Iowa with so many chickens, right?
very good, very good. Well, I'm looking forward to learning some more about SketchUp.
All right, well, cool. Well, it's 81 degrees, a little overcast here, about 64% humidity. So I'm ready to roll the tape there, Brad.
Aloha, my name is Neil Erickson. I'm an architect in Hawaii, but you don't need to be an architect to do what I'm going to show you today. This is a CAD program, but it's very simple to use, and you can create three-dimensional objects for a 3D printer or two-dimensional objects for a craft cutter or CNC cutter. So follow along while I show you how to use some of these tips and tricks. I'm using a MacBook, by the way, but a PC or other machine would be fine. At work, I use a PC with Windows 10, and it's important, I've found, to use a mouse with a scroll bar. Not necessary, but it is helpful for a lot of reasons. So join me as I go through the process of creating some objects and tracing over imported drawings that would help you create historic buildings from historic photographs or other objects that you might find useful. Thank you. SketchUp is a CAD program that's free to use online or download once you've registered. Behind you are some examples of using photographs from a building built in 1898 and where I've sketched over it to create a 3D model. Here's what SketchUp looks like when you first load it up. So getting started, I can show you what I did here to download or import a photograph using a feature called PhotoMatch. I've created a folder with all of the examples that I'm using today, and I'm going to give you an example of what we can do with a 2D drawing. So once you select it, I drop it in and select, put it on the origin, which is the confluence of the blue, green, and red lines. And then you need to figure out how to scale this so that when you draw on it, it's going to be the correct size. And this is always full size, because later when we export this, you can use it and create drawings that are scaled for whatever your preferences are, what your scale might be. So here I'm measuring the length of the bar, and if you notice, it says overall it should be 5 foot 5 inches, 65 inches. Down on the bottom it says 7 foot 5 and 15/16, or roughly 7 foot 6 inches. So dividing 5 or 63 inches by 72 plus 6 is 78 inches. You'll get a percentage. Because this is too big, we want the number to be smaller. If you explore some of the icons up here, you're not going to find scale. It's under tools, or you can use the icon number 9 is in my case, it's the control 9. And it will highlight the entire object, and you can scale it by a percentage. I chose 0.667. So I'm going to bring it back into view. It's always a little awkward getting used to this, but even after years of doing it, I still find it's funny to work in 3 dimensions. Go back and measure this again and see how we did. So this should be 4 foot 1 inches, but it's not quite. It's almost 4 feet, which may be fine, although I wanted to get a little bit closer. If you remember, this should be 65 inches, and it's 5 foot 1/8 of an inch. I'd like this to be more accurate. So since the drawing is too small, I'm going to use 63 inches and divide by 60 and 1/8 actually, and we're going to get a number that's slightly greater than 1. We'll go back to scale the drawing, click on the corner, and at this point I just type in the number that I calculated, which is 1.066, etc., right? So it's a small difference, but now when I measure this, it should come out to approximately 5 foot 5 inches. 5 foot 3.5, still not quite right. This may seem somewhat tedious, but for me to get it right in the beginning is worth it. And this is true for a lot of drawings that you might do. Having a known dimension is always helpful. And if you take a photograph of an object, see if you can't put a scale on it or some other way to come back and measure it later. So again, I'm going to be using 63 divided by 5.25 roughly, right? Because 5 foot 3 3/4 inches. So I'm going to get a number, and I'm going to go back to scale this up slightly one more time. So I'm going to type in the number. It's a real small change. 1.0196 in the lower right-hand corner. Let's just one more time measure this and see how I did. Bingo, 5 foot 5 1/8. Close enough for government work. So using the tools up on the toolbar, you see I chose the one that looks like a rotational view. So you can rotate the view. If you hold down the shift bar while you're doing that, you can pan across. You can choose the pencil here and just select points on the object. And it will all be in the same plane. And you'll see in a moment how I can zoom in and out and it won't change anything. And that's using the scroll bar on your mouse. So you notice that when I click the endpoint, the whole object becomes solid. So you know you've closed it and it doesn't have anything out of plane, which is really important, especially if you're doing 3D models. And in this case, I'm going to create a crowbar and maybe some of these other objects, and I'm going to put them into a 3D view so I can print them out on my 3D printer. So to do this, I need to what we call extrude this object, and that's this little icon here. So when you get close to the shaded of the fill portion of the object, it will shade like that. And I'm going to just simply pull it up, and you can let go and then type in a number that you'd like. So right now I'm at about 1 inch, and I'm going to put 1.25. And there you have it. It's a crowbar. It's 1 1/4 inches thick, 5 foot 5 inches long, and I can output this as a separate object and 3D print this. Just giving you a little pan around view here. Of course, you can use more complicated objects. In this case, I'm going to use a photograph of a station that was located along Pearl Harbor on Oahu. So this was a little distorted. So I took it into my iPhone by sending it through AirDrop. And once it was sent, I could bring it back and change the perspective. So now we're going to bring it back into SketchUp as an image for tracing over. I recommend that you just kind of fool around with SketchUp. You can't break anything. Just practice panning, zooming, rotating. You can't do anything wrong here because you're not going to save something that you're uncomfortable with. Of course, you can always save just for learning experiences. So you can see as I go across the top here, there's all sorts of tools and objects and things that you can do. And you might find you want a bigger toolbar. In this case, I'm going to use a photograph and choose Match Photo. I'm going to go back to my drawing file. I named it PhotoMatch. And I'm going to select that same photograph. And what you see here looks crazy. But what we're going to do is use the red and green lines to help identify the vanishing points. So select a couple of objects that you believe would be in the same plane. So in this case, I chose points on the rafter tails at the very end of the eave. And then down below, maybe we'll take a little bit of the patio there and the corners, just so we can start working on these perspectives. The same you would do with the red lines that help point you to the other vanishing point off to the right. And this will help you create a 3D drawing. Every time you do PhotoMatch, you're going to go through the same process. And you'll notice that the vanishing line, or the horizon line, is up rather high here. And if you're staring at the photograph, it's not really what you would see or from the point of view of taking it. So I'm going to drag it down by clicking on it, and this will give me a reference point of where to start the drawing. I realize that this is probably a more complicated object than you might want to do right off, but I wanted to show you that all the processes for doing this are the same. So once you find a start point, you're just going to say, well, there's different ways you can view this, by the way. You're going to say done. Excuse me. So I'm still kind of messing with the vanishing point, so it looks correct. And you notice that the vanishing point in the blue direction, which is the z-axis from Earth into the sky, also has a perspective effect to it. And what I'm doing here is trying to get that so it looks appropriately, approximately the same as the view I have of the building. This is a station again. And upstairs would be the station master's home. Now I actually found drawings of this building, and I realized there's really no point in pursuing this any further because I have the scale drawings. Unless you're going to do a 3D model of this, I wouldn't pursue it any further. But once you get it the way you want here, I'm going to say done. And if you notice over here, I'm experimenting with the spacing of the lines. And we know those lines are not 6 feet apart. But based on the vanishing points and the origin, it's going to give us a lot different looks. So again, you can mess with all of these as many times as you want until you're satisfied that it gives you the point of view and the correct vanishing point. So I'm just choosing a row of shingles up here, that straight line, because we assume they'll be parallel to the ground. You can also pan and zoom just like you would when you're drawing in SketchUp here. Well, there you have it. It's always fun to try to find drawings, especially historic drawings, that might be fun to draw and create a model of. This is another station located in the center of Oahu called Waiwa. And as much as I want to draw this one, I realize it's probably not a good example for could show you how to use SketchUp. So let's try something a little better. So looking through my drawings, let's find something that would be appropriate to use as a 3D model. Of course, we tried that one. This is a portion of that first station we saw, Iea, but it doesn't really give us enough points to create vanishing lines and vanishing points and horizontal lines. So you can go through and you can edit this, or you can simply start over. So I chose to edit this drawing and import a different one. So we're going to overwrite that one and go back to our drawing file and select something else. So going back to my photo file, there's another one here that I really like, but again, it's only an end view, and certainly you can draw over this and get a view of the station from that point of view, but it's not going to be a three-dimensional model. So it'd be really difficult to get vanishing points correct. So I don't recommend using an end view like this. Try to find one with what we call a 3/4 view. You know what? It's probably a good idea to name your drawings or your photographs. Otherwise, you end up choosing them over and over. And I'm sorry. I just wanted to show you this because it's easy to make mistakes if you don't label them. Let's choose a different photo that might be more appropriate. Not that one again. Here we go. Now this is a better view of that station in Iea. This happened to be during the wartime when they had a concession outside as well. But looking at this, the freight house is an ideal starting point to work in SketchUp. Find a simple building that has 3/4 view, and you can do the same process of lining up the red and green lines toward the vanishing points and choosing objects on the building, on the photograph, that are parallel to the ground, if that makes sense. So I'm doing this with the red and the green, and they don't have to be the same point, by the way. Just choose something that is parallel to the ground. And I'm going to be using a point across the loading dock there, and then I like to use the eaves because those are always really easy to find and click at the ends. And again, you can zoom in close if you want more accuracy to get it as good as you possibly can. Sometimes I find your eye is almost the best judge of what's the right spot where it is horizontally on that drawing, right? So if you notice here, I'm choosing the loading dock, and the yellow is the horizon line. So the fact that I can't really see the loading dock implies that my eyes are about the height of that loading dock. You can barely make it out. And if I move it down, you can imagine that the loading dock, from my point of view, is higher than what I can see. If I was taller, obviously I'd see more of the loading dock. There we go. So this little man comes with SketchUp, and you can move him around to try to find a point of origin, but I found it's not really that important. If you feel really inclined, you can set it up when you're photographing an object to put this guy at the approximate location you were standing when you took the photograph. Now remember, this building has been gone for probably 50 years. So I don't have any idea of knowing how far away this person is. I'm not a good judge of that anyway. So trying to figure out an origin point and drawing from there just seems like it's excessive amount of work. Again, what I'm doing here is holding down the shift button while I'm pressing the center scroll bar, and I can pan and zoom. So when you're done, let's start drawing on top of this object, right? The freight shed has a corner. So if I just select a corner and I bring up this is a blue line, right? That goes from ground to sky. Blue is always ground to sky. So the green and the red follow those parallel projections. And if you notice, when I got down close to where it was parallel to that original point, it will highlight. Now, I'm not going to do it exactly the same, but you notice I chose the point that lines up with that first one we just did. So when you click on that, it'll create some solid shapes right over the freight house. This is an easy way to find the center of the roof. It highlights the center line of the object by turning blue, and you know that that's a point where you can click on it and pull up a new line up to the center line of the roof. Don't worry too worried if things don't line up accurately, because we're going to play with this a little bit after you get the basic shape down. Here I'm trying to find the top of the stairs by selecting on the corner point. If you try to select on the drawing itself, it may not be where you expect it to be in the three-dimensional world. Notice I chose the rectangle box, so that helps me create openings and doors and whatnot very quickly, just by pulling it up from one corner to the other. I'm going to do the same thing with this little narrow door. And if you imagine that door being 6.5, 6'8", probably not that tall back then, but it looks very narrow. So again, I'm using that rectangle tool just to pull it up and click on the end so I can create the shape of the door. And you'll see why in just a moment. I see this has a trim around it, and just from eyeballing it, if those are 2x12 planks that create the exterior, it's maybe a 1x4 trim. There's different ways to do this too, by the way. But when you start rotating this object, you can see that it's a three-dimensional object based on that photograph, right? So here I was experimenting with using the offset feature, where you could take an object and offset the line an equidistant all the way around. By the way, if you ever are curious about how to do something, just click on the help button and start typing what you want to do. It'll give you up the command right away. If you make a mistake, just redo it or undo it. You can go back and forth all the way back to the beginning of your drawing. Again, that push-pull allows you to grab the object or simply hide it so it disappears and you can look inside the building there. You can see that the freight house is just 2 walls. So let's go ahead and start filling in what we know about the balance. So again, the rectangle tool would allow me just to create the floor. Do it again for the other wall. And lastly, for this end wall, if we choose that center point and come straight up on the blue line, you can see that it automatically finds the height that matches the other side. And let's create that gabled end. And once you've done that, it fills in all those planes. Erase any unwanted lines. And you can do that on both sides here. So There's the building. You notice up on the image there, if you click on that, it will bring it right back to where you saw it, and you can compare. So if you want to keep drawing, we can try to draw on the loading dock and choose, always work off of some known point that you've created. And if you remember, this line came from the corner back to the other side of the building. So if I'm trying to find a point in the foreground, you're going to have a lot of trouble if you can't actually see that point and follow along the red, green, or blue axis. So if you notice, I'm trying to create something there that represents that end piece. But you'll see in a moment that it's right, because I didn't use the right orientation. You see? So just going back and back, get rid of all that. I still have that one column, and if I come out in the green orientation, and we can compare that with the photograph again and see how I did. And I didn't get it quite right. But if we come down and create that corner again so it matches the first one, that's a good way to get going. So there you have it. It's a good start. So I might go ahead and add the loading dock on here and just making a best estimate. And we know it's not the full length of the building, so let's go back and see where it does end. And make sure you choose the right line, otherwise you're going to be drawing things that are sort of erroneous to the model. I got distracted here, sorry about that. But if you notice that I started with the column at the same height as the original one I did, then it's going to be able to give you something that's more accurate. And there you have it. There's a good start for that loading dock, and I can fill in the top there, and we could do the sides if we wanted. But for now, I just want to give you an idea how you can continue to be more and more detailed on this. You could even draw all the lines inscribed on the sides. You can model the wall from inside the door, like I'm going to do here. Take that down to your ground plane. And you'll see in a minute when I export this as a 3D model, because I have no floor, it's going to fill in everything underneath. But for now, we'll just show how this works. SketchUp is kind of smart. It looks for objects that you think you might want to snap to, I guess is the word. So when you select an object, you can turn and twist and find the other, and it will fill it all in. So I'm going to go back and hide that door opening one more time. In this case, I erased it. And when you zoom back in, you'll be able to see right through that opening. And there it is. At this point, you can look at different projections called parallel projections or standard views. These you can export, so you have two-dimensional graphics that you can output either to a craft cutter or what have you. Or you could simply print these out and cut them out of cardstock or paper. Paper models are becoming more and more popular. There's a lot of different choices here for output. So you can export these. But let me show you one other really cool feature about this. Here we're back at the building. I think I kind of put the cart before the horse here, but I did do a little bit more detail on this model before I went to export it. Like, for example, I wanted to scale it so its approximate size was correct. So let's choose the width of the door, for example, and just see what it measures out to. Well, we know it's going to be larger than 4 inches, 3/16. So I'm going to try to estimate that this was a 2-foot wide door. So if I divide 24 by 4 3/16, I'm going to get a number much larger than 1. In fact, it should be about 6. In other words, this drawing needs to be scaled up over 6 times in order to get it to approximate size that would match reality. Again, remember, we're drawing everything in true dimensions, life-size dimensions. So to scale, if you remember, is up under Tools, or you can do the Control 9 to scale the entire object. It's none of these, Neil. That's right. It's Control 9. So it selects the entire object, and now you can scale it as much or as little as you want. You notice I put 5.33 in there. So now I'm going to go back like we did with the crowbar, and I'm going to measure again. And we're going to do this a couple times until we get something that we feel is approximately right. 1 foot 10 and 5/16. It's possible that door was that narrow. But if we take a look at the loading dock, 5 feet is not an unreasonable depth for that. We could probably just quit right here, but how tall are these other objects, right? The building's about 16 foot 8 inches. That seems about right. 20 foot 6 inches long. A little unordinary, but it's entirely possible that it could be that size. How tall is this door? Well, bear with me. I'm not sleeping. I'm just narrating over something I did and probably got distracted. Sorry about that. So I decided to scale this a little bit one more time. And you'll see that I'm guessing. It's not a big change, but when I go back and I measure the building, 6'3" in the other direction is 20 foot 1/2 inch. It just seemed like that was a more common size. 8 foot 3 inch wall, that seems really common, right? Given the top and bottom studs and an 8 foot, or top and bottom plate with an 8 foot stud, that's entirely possible. Now, but when I go and measure the door, 1 foot 9 3/4 seems really small. How high is that door? 5 foot 8 does not seem right. This loading dock door should be bigger than 6.5 feet tall. It is entirely possible that these doors are very small, but I decided that I like the previous version a lot more. So I'm going to go back and undo that scale change. You notice if you press on the image again, it's not going to line up to your photograph. We could have stopped and saved and opened up a new drawing. But generally, once you get the drawing to the point where you're sort of satisfied, just move on. Well, now that I've got the drawing approximately where I like it, I'm just going to check it one more time before I do an export. So you notice I use this measuring tool quite a lot. If you haven't guessed yet, I'm doing math on my calculator just so I can figure out whether or not this is appropriate size. So I'm going to scale this up slightly because I think that those doors should be bigger. And this might be too big. I didn't model the stairs yet, but I was guessing that they might be no more than 9 inches tall. And they were, stairs were not probably that tall back in the 1800s. And this this doorway is much too big, so I'm going to go back to where it was. Let's take a look again. So from ground to the door sill, about 1 foot 1 inch. That's plausible. This is where we need elevator music a little bit. So now's a good time to post some questions and that we can get back to at the end of this. But if you notice that I'm spending some time thinking about overall sizes, this door now being about 2 foot 1 to the outside of that trim, that's not unreasonable. The overall height of that door now about 5 foot 8. Doors were smaller back then, but I have a hard time imagining a 5 foot 8 door being very common. So again, a little bit of this is a guessing game when you're dealing with historic structures. Unless you have something that you can go measure or some object that you know for a fact is a given dimension. And if this was at this point of view in the photograph, I would definitely measure the distance between the rails. The Oahu Railway was 3 foot gauge, so that would be a dead giveaway. So experiment with this, selecting everything in the screen and choosing the scale and doing a little bit of math so that you can find something that you're comfortable with that might actually represent the way it was. So one last time, I'm going to scale this up just a little bit, about 14% in fact, so that I can get a door that's about 6.5 foot tall. That seems more realistic. Now, if I measure the opening of the freight house door, 7 foot 6, this is entirely within a reasonable size for a freight house of that era. There you have it, our little three-dimensional model. There might have been doors and windows on the other side, and you can make your best guess. So again, I'm looking at a parallel projection, looking at different points of view. There's a top view. You can create a floor plan from that. Later I can show you how to do a section, so you can cut a section looking down on the building or through the building, but end view here. And again, the more you use this, the more comfortable you'll become. So again, I'll put it back into perspective point of view, just so you have an idea. And we did this, in just a few minutes, if you ignore all the time I spent scaling it. So if you feel like you want to elaborate on this, the photograph looked like it had about a real shallow, maybe a 1 foot overhang around the sides. So I'm just taking this eave out about 1 foot, and I'm clicking on the other points that I've projected out. If you want to create some three-dimensional effects there, you can push and pull. Just remember, something on the slope doesn't do what you expect it to. So if you are going to do a fascia or an eave like this, bear in mind that that probably is not flush with the exterior of the building like I've shown, but it could be. So there's different opportunities here to create a three-dimensional looking object of eaves and overhangs. And if you want that overhang to project out about a foot, just remember that it's usually measured horizontally from the wall rather than 1 foot in the direction of the roof travel. So at this point, I'm just looking to see if I can find a point 1 foot out that's parallel, right? And then when you take an object from the pitch, you see it turns into a purple. And then you can create the roof projection right off of there. So it would be 1 foot out, and there you have it. So we can get rid of some of these extraneous lines. And now we can create a fascia, or rather, I guess that is a fascia at that point, isn't it? So if you have another object that you want to be parallel to, you can just bring it down and hold the shift key so that it stays in that same direction until you find something that's that you want it to line up with. In this case, I'm going up to that roof in the same plane, and I'm going to create the other end of the fascia there. And when it comes all solid like that, you know you're golden. You've got it. So you can take out some of these lines, but bear in mind that they might be holding part of the wall below. So there you go. Now this fly rafter or fascia board out on the end, I just go up and I select a point that's parallel to the roof plane. And again, once it comes solid like that, you know you've got it. And there you have it. We could do this on the other side. We could do it on the opposite side of the building, so you can create a roof plan. It depends on how detailed you want this to be. If you're going to create a three-dimensional object to print, like with a 3D printer, don't forget that these are single planes, and you're going to have to give them some depth, right? So if you're going to create a 3D model out of this, if you don't have depth to the walls, it's going to fill everything in between the walls. So I'm just going to call this test for now, and I'm going to output an STL file like I could send over to my my 3D printer. But there are a lot of other options here. If you're comfortable with AutoCAD, you can export it as a DXF or DWG file as well. That may only be available for a pro level SketchUp, which I pay a small amount for every month. Choose where you want that file to go, and once you've exported it, you can go back and take a look at it. So I left it on my desktop here. And when I open it up, you notice that it's rotated kind of oddly, but it's a solid model, right? Everything that I had drawn on the face is no longer there because I didn't give it any depth and I didn't give it a floor. So in order for it to be solid, it filled everything in. Here's another little station in Utah that I did something real similar and spent some time on and gave some dimensions. Here's a museum in our hometown built in the 1930s that I took a photograph of and did the same thing and created a three-dimensional model from that. You know, we're not limited to buildings. I used SketchUp to find the size of the logos on this boxcar, right? You notice that I could have flushed this out and looked at different points of view here, but this is SketchUp on the iPhone, and there's ways to manipulate the drawing using your iPhone just with 2 fingers or a finger on the screen to rotate or pan or look at the image views like this. And there you have it. You could do that. This is a journal box, another example of what you can do. And it was sketched from an original drawing. I think it was Carter Brothers trucks. I took just the journal box. And you know, SketchUp isn't limited to railroad stuff. This is my layout in my home. I created a floor plan and looked at multi-level layout. And it's not a lot of room, gave me a realistic look of where it is. And that's where it ended up, right there in my old barn. Thank you for joining me. If you have any questions, I'll stick around.
Okay, we're back. We're back, Neil. The first thing I got to say is all clinics which involve math, give me a headache. So I got to thank you for that.
Oh my God. I'm sorry about the long pauses. I really am. Hopefully everybody posted their answers in the chat.
I don't see a lot of solutions here.
All right. Well, it gave you some time to have a sip of your beverage or whatever, right?
There you go. Hey, I do have some questions though. People have posted quite a number of questions, and I have one or two myself. So, is SketchUp a free program? Is that something you get for free, or you have to get a subscription to, or what?
Well, you sign up and you get it for free for a year. Then you sign up again next year. But it's a limited edition. It really is. And so I end up paying for the pro version, which I don't remember how much it is, honestly, because you can get it on a discount for a couple $100 a year.
Okay.
So I give you a lot more flexibility, all kinds of choices, adding DWG files and TIFF files. And I think that it really makes it worthwhile. But once you get into it and you find whether it's worthwhile or not, then you can decide, is this for you, or you want to stick to Fusion 360? I really like SketchUp a lot.
But you get like a year to experiment. Sometimes they give you these free versions, but only for like 30 days or something. I barely get started on something in that period of time.
And this is a surprisingly complex and powerful program, even though it really looks very simple.
Yeah. Well, now, I'm glad you said that, because that, here's the thing. Here's the question I wrote down. What advice would you give to newbies like me who don't have any experience in this and might, frankly, be a little scared of jumping in?
John, I used to go to clinics for people to learn how to use software for designing, say, trusses, right? And some of the guys I went with were contractors that had never turned on the computer. So I always say, play solitaire, right? Get used to your mouse, get used to pressing the buttons, go around and find things and move things, press and drag. And so if you're in SketchUp, just experiment. And I said that in the beginning, so you weren't watching it live.
No.
I'm going to criticize you for missing that part, but just experiment, go through and try the different tabs, create an object, extrude it, click on the bounders, scale it, all kinds of things you can do. You can hide objects. You can, you can make circles in all kinds of complex shapes. It takes a little while, but there's hundreds of videos on YouTube.
Okay, that's a good thought. Yeah, I guess if I've been reluctant because there is a learning curve there, and but I can see. I mean, it's fascinating too. There's so much that it seems like you can
go
do.
Back and watch this again, because I start out with something that's too complex, and then I went back and I show you how you can take an object and lay it flat on the screen, scale it, and create just a simple object. In this case, it was a crowbar, right? So if you just choose something simple to do, and later on I use a little freight shed, choose something that's simple to start with, and don't be afraid of making mistakes. Start over until you get a feeling for it. It's not going to be the first time, but it doesn't take a lot of time. It really doesn't. And I have to admit, I've been drawing on CAD since 1982 or something. So it may sound like I have, all this vast experience, but it's not. Every program is a little different, and it's fun to learn. And you have to want to, I guess, right? Don't be afraid.
Yeah. And you mentioned Fusion 360. So if you've been doing this for a long time, you've probably tried several other of these programs as well, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I started out in Sun Microstations using proprietary software, but everybody's go-to program, at least in my field, is AutoCAD, right? Or Revit or whatever similar, right?
Right.
I mean, my experience with AutoCAD goes back 20, 30 years. That's my other choice. And yes, you have to pay for that too.
Yeah. But but SketchUp's what you recommend that people like me would use?
If you want to get your feet wet in drawing, I would say yes. There was a great presentation that Speed brought a woman in from
Oh yeah.
Namibia. How do you pronounce that? Anyway, she talked
Yep.
about another program that was really great for things, and she explored that a great deal. Blender, I think. And I haven't spent any time with that, but I would love to try it because I think that would be an opportunity to make figures.
Oh, interesting.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Okay. Yeah. That is interesting. Boy, it's hard to keep up with all this. So one question online was, can you turn these drawings that you're making into something you could use for 3D type printing?
Absolutely. In fact, one of the objects I did create a 3D output for it, and as an STL file, and then you
Okay.
can send it directly to your printer. If you don't think about the output, you might end up doing it a few times because a 3D printer needs to have something to print, and if you don't give it thickness of the walls or a floor, it'll print the whole object as a solid mass. So think about what you want, the end result, and then you can find ways to do it. It's really not difficult.
Okay. All right. Another sort of technical question is that if when you're using SketchUp, does the project save automatically, or do you have to sort of go in and save it on a regular basis like you would, I don't know, doing a Word document?
It reminds you before you move out of it to save.
Okay.
So I don't worry about that. Yes, it does save throughout, but you can save as, so you know where to find it. And that's always the challenge for me is, where did I save something? How many flash drives do we own? I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Somebody said, I've used SketchUp for a few years. Are there newer versions available? Well, I don't know exactly which one he or she would have, but
Well, again, often I use the online version. And so
Right.
if you subscribe, it will always have the latest version.
right.
I'm not sure what the differences are, because to me, it always looks pretty much the same.
Mm. Yeah. So as long as you're accessing the program through the online version, you're going to get whatever their latest.
Yeah.
Their
And it will
latest thing.
remind you, you're saving it to a newer version, right?
Right. Okay. Well, that's really, really cool. How's your layout coming along?
I have gone deep into other scales. I'm trying to build some models that interest me that aren't necessarily ON30. So I enjoy building freight cars and passenger cars. So right now I'm in the middle of building a West Side caboose. Don't ask why. It's in SN3. I had it, and so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, rubber figure. No, but I think I could use that if I was going to be going toward a master modeler's certificate in freight
Yeah.
car.
Yeah.
So I'll keep that aside, and I've been taking pictures as I go. So it's a lot of fun.
There are many paths to happiness and
By
enjoyment.
the
And
way, John and I can't see who's online, but if you're out there, guys, and you recognize me and I know you, please shout out in another way. I heard Tom Gazer's on the line, so
yeah, Tom's asking a lot of questions here, so we appreciate that.
I'll stick around in the break room. So if you want to hear more about this, and don't feel shy about starting up with SketchUp, I really touched on stuff very fast.
Yeah. There's a lot packed in there. I want to go back, like as you suggested, go back and
Just fast forward through some of the boring
slow it down. And
problems. Yeah, you couldn't see me off to the side doing my little math problem.
well, I certainly appreciate the chance to catch up again. I was thinking a couple hours ago before coming on, I'm going to be online tonight with Neil Erickson, who is another one of these guys I consider to be a close friend, even though I've never met. Kind of here we live in this sort of strange world where we know a lot about each other and we interact all the time, and it's always good to get a little bit more, tactile about that.
No, I agree. And living in Hawaii, it's very remote where I am, and so all of you are my community, and I appreciate this a lot.
Well, we certainly appreciate your passion and your expertise and willing to share, and look forward to some more of that down the road, Neil.
Come stay with me. I have guest rooms all over here.
I'm on the way. It's on the calendar. Thanks so much. Bye now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. And we're back with another NMRAx clinic, this time from Studio 3 on the Gold Coast. And today, our next presenter we've got, he's been into model railroading, well, from at least the age of 3. He became an MMR at last year at 2022. And furthermore, he's held numerous positions as division and region level, and is also scheduled, I believe, to join the NMRA Board of Directors at this summer's the Central District Director. I'll get my teeth around that in a minute. So I'd like to welcome everybody, Fred Soward, MMR.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here, and a big thank you to everybody on the NMRAx team this weekend for hosting once again a great slate of presentations. This clinic is all about printing white decals on your home printer. And if you don't have a home laser printer, maybe you have a friend who has a laser printer that you can use instead. So let's dive right into it. A couple disclaimers. First of all, this is my solution. Your solution or your buddy's solution or someone down the hall solution may be somewhat different, but this is my solution, and it has worked for a couple of other people that I know in the central area here as well. First off, this is not an Alps printer solution. So if you're looking for me to talk about Alps printers, this is it. I'm done. It's not an Alps printer. It's also not an inkjet printer solution. This has to work with a laser printer only. And finally, this is not dry transfers. It's not rub-on letters, although I have used those in the past. I'll give you an example of that as we go through here. It's all about using a laser printer. What you're going to need, first of all, you're going to need a laser printer. And again, if you don't have a laser printer of your own, or if toner cartridge that I'm going to talk about is not available for your specific laser printer, maybe there's someone else near you or a friend across the state or somewhere nearby who can print these for you, or maybe you can share the cost of this toner cartridge with someone else. But you are going to need a laser printer because that's what the cartridge is all about. You're going to need some clear laser decal paper. I'm going to talk about some recommendations as we get in here. You're going to need a little bit of graphic software. If you're going to do just text, that's fine. Most of us are going to do a little bit of graphics. And to arrange the images or the text on this page, usually going to work out a little bit better if you do use some type of app of image software or graphic software, or perhaps even desktop publishing, such as Microsoft Publisher. I know at least one person who's doing that. And finally, you're going to need some imagination and some initiative to make this happen as well. I'm going to give you a few examples, some things that I've done here, and honestly, most of what I'm going to show you was done in preparation or in progress for my MMR. The last certificate I earned was for cars, and what I decided to do was print the decals as much as possible for those cars. So it just kind of made sense to do this, and I'll use those again as an example. We're going to talk about the basic steps, and there are what I consider 8 basic steps to doing this. You can add some sub steps in there and so forth, but I came up with 8. And finally, some recommendations, and I'll give out a few recommendations as we go through here as well. Well, here's the first example. This is Santa Cruz and Felton, caboose number 102. This is actually an Athearn Blue Box kit that I assembled way back in the late 70s. I painted it with Flocal BN green and some safety orange. And then I used dry transfers, those rub-on letters, to do the Think Safety, the 102, the Santa Cruz and Felton, and the loop plate on the bottom right was actually from a decal set that I had. So you're thinking, wait a minute, he said it wasn't going to be about that. Well, there is actually one little piece on here that is printed at home with my laser printer. And that's the end number on this thing. So again, when I was getting ready to do the cars certificate, I said, I got to super detail this. What am I going to do? Well, this is one of the many things that I did, including super detailing the inside and undercarriage of this old Athearn Blue Box caboose. So yeah, there you go. There's an example. Here's another example. This is a scratch built Milwaukee Road transfer caboose. It's based on an article from Model Railroader several years ago. That was where it all started. I made several modifications to it based on additional research and photographs that I obtained. All the decals that you see, all the lettering that you see here were made with the printer, except for the Milwaukee Road Herald. And later I'm going to talk about why that is a significant challenge. I was talking about this at a meeting that I was going to do this, and one of my fellow MMRs here in Louisville, Bob Kukler, said, "Hey, I've got some decals you can use." And I looked at him and said, "Bob, you model N scale." And he said, "But I have some HO scale decals available as well." So that's where the Milwaukee Road Herald came from. But the rest, all this stuff, all this small print that you see in here, that all came off of my laser printer using this white toner cartridge that we're gonna be talking about here. You can print some pretty fine stuff. Pennsylvania Southern transfer caboose. This caboose is based on what you saw just previously. The story we have here is that the Milwaukee Road was divesting themselves of the transfer cabooses in the late 70s, early 80s, which they actually did. And the Pennsylvania Southern, which is Bob Weinheimer's home road, decided they needed a transfer caboose for the Pittsburgh yard to Bridgeville transfer run that they did on a regular basis during operating sessions. So I got with Bob and I said, "Hey, let's design the paint scheme. Let's come up with a number that would make sense in your numbering scheme." And we did. So Bob Weinheimer and I went back and forth for, I don't know, probably a month back and forth with ideas about how this transfer caboose might look. And this is the solution. This isn't actually sitting on his railroad. This is before I took it over to him. This is on a switching module that I have that we sometimes take to train shows. But basically, it's the same thing. And yes, every single decal on here, except the loop plate, because I already had those on hand, was from my color laser printer. And that includes those diagonal white lines on the end of the caboose body as well. So yeah, you can absolutely do this. Santa Cruz and Felton is a freight hauling railroad for the most part. It also has a little bit of a tourist railroad side gig going on sometimes. And they have these little shorty 34-foot coaches that they run on the railroad at times. So you know what? I needed some decals for that. And what you see on here where it says Santa Cruz and Felton and the number 201, those again popped out of that color laser printer. Now this doesn't look like there's any white decals. I get that. The Herald over here, the Santa Cruz and Felton Railway, is not white in the background. It's clear. The decal is clear, so just the white paint comes through. A lot easier to make the decal that way. But actually, if you look closely, you will see that there are indeed some white decals on this particular boxcar. The ends have, of course, the reporting marks SFRW 721. And if you were to zoom in, and I've done it for you, on the door, the sliding door, you can see that all this is done as white decal also. And this is two decals. The first one is the three lines on top. That's one single decal that popped on there. And then the bottom where it says lift handle is a separate decal that we slid in there. And I made a few extras of those because I knew we were going to have some challenges getting that in there. But there you go. So again, stepping back from it, now if you look at it again, now that you know those white decals are on that door, you can actually see them on there right now on this particular picture. And this picture was taken on Bob Weinheimer's railroad. And if you're wondering, that was a branch line kit from ages ago. So what works well? Well, what works well are pure white decals, whether your original is an image or text. What doesn't work well, guess what? Multicolored images or text, multi-layered images or text or overlays. And we have tried and tried and tried to do that, and it just doesn't work out well. Consider this, it's a homebrew laser printer. It's not industrial grade. It's not offset printing. So the registration marks are not going to line up exactly. When you put that paper in, it's going to be a little off, and it never quite works right. But again, pure white images or pure white text work really well. And if we go back a little bit here, I'm going to zip back through here. Look at the Pennsylvania Southern caboose. Everything on there, again, except for the loop plate there, is pure white. The reporting marks, those diagonal lines, the logo itself, all the numbers in that little channel there, the watch your steps, all pure white. It works very well. Um, this would not work well. The Santa Cruz and Felton Railway logo with a white background wouldn't work. And trust me, I've tried it. We just couldn't make it work really well, unfortunately. All right, so let's move on here a little bit. These are the 7 basic steps that we came up with, that I came up with for printing these white decals. And none of this is really all that difficult. It's a little scary the first time because you've got this piece of decal paper, and you know it's not cheap, but it's just decal paper. So the first step is you got to come up with what you're going to print, just like you would anything else. So you create the text, you create the graphics, and what I recommend, and Bob Weinheimer and I go back and forth on this a little bit, is only create what you cannot easily buy, and I would say cannot easily and inexpensively buy. We'll talk a little bit later, I'm sure we'll have time, about doing loop plates. I go back and forth on whether it makes sense to print them or not. And it can be done, but do a cost benefit analysis and maybe even a fun benefit analysis. Is it worth your time and trouble and cost to print those decals, or can you just buy them? How easy is it to buy loop plates, for example? You know, if you're running the 80s or 70s and later, you need them out there. So you're going to have to come up with them somehow. Can you print them yourself? Probably. Is it worth the time and effort and cost to do that or not? They're not all that hard to do, quite honestly, but it will take you a little bit of time, a little bit of expense to do it. It may be easier just to buy them off, from a decal maker. Although a sheet of them is pretty cheap. Next thing, make sure all the text and all the graphics are pure black. I know it sounds counterintuitive. You're going to be printing white decals, and I'm telling you to make all the graphics and all the text black. It's going to, in a slide or two, you'll see why. But make sure it's all pure black. And don't just go, oh, I think that's black. Make sure you select the properties and the hex is 000000. Make sure it's pure black and things will work right. Use some on hand, inexpensive, free software. Use Excel, use PowerPoint, use Word. You can do almost all of this in one of those. You may have to scan something, okay? Fortunately, Bob Weinheimer had his Pennsylvania and Southern logo already created, so he just gave me the image file, and I made sure it was pure black. Pretty easy to do in GIMP or Paint.net. And by the way, don't go to Paint.net to get Paint.net. Go to getpaint.net, .net, to pick up that software program. I have been using Paint.net for well over 10 years. I used it in my previous life when I was a learning designer, course designer, and teaching classes as well. And we used Paint.net all the time. Even though we had access to Photoshop and Corel Draw, this was our go-to because we could usually get done what we needed to do on a quick edit in less time using Get Paint than it took for Photoshop to load on the PC, for crying out loud. So be sure to use what you have on hand. And if you have a favorite graphics software editing program, go for it. Now, again, Bob Weinheimer uses Publisher to lay out his graphics and text that he's going to print for his decals. Why does he use Publisher? Because he's very comfortable with it. He's used Publisher for many, many years for a lot of things, when he was newsletter editor and so forth. So if you're comfortable with a certain program and you know it's going to do what you need, by all means, use that instead of what I have here. These are the things I'm comfortable with, and I think most people would be also, except maybe GIMP and Paint.net, but those will allow you to edit graphics or create graphics and do some manipulation. And again, all those GIMP and Paint.net are totally free. The next thing, now that you've got all this stuff created, create an actual document, a print sheet, and again, Excel, PowerPoint, Publisher, Word, or freeware version, or the Mac version. It doesn't matter, but you've got to put it in some type of document because you're going to send, you're going to do file print or Control P to print this thing. So you got to put it in something. I've used Word, I've used PowerPoint. It just depends upon what I'm doing. Most of the time I use Word because I can lay it out a little easier that way. Use the graphics and text that you previously created. Again, you're just going to create it in one program and either save it as images and then insert, or you can copy paste whatever happens to work there. And then the next thing, and this is pretty important, whether you're doing these white images, these white decals, or if you're doing color decals, arrange it into blocks on the sheet. Make it easy for yourself. And I'm going to show you an example here in a couple examples here in a moment. Use text boxes if you'd like for cut lines and ease of application. Some of the people I know who are doing this put the cut lines in there. I don't. It's a personal thing. And I would say don't get greedy with the available space on the print sheet. Don't make it so you got to be really, really careful with the cut lines. Give yourself a little bit of space there. I'm not talking about putting an inch between graphics that you want to cut out, but give yourself more than a 16th or a 32nd of an inch, for crying out loud. Probably a quarter of an inch is going to be enough for most. That's what I do, and it seems to work out pretty well. So here's a couple. These are extracts of a couple of sheets. The one on the left is the Pennsylvania Southern. This is from Bob Weinheimer, and this goes back to what I was saying. Arrange it into blocks on the sheet. So up on the top left, let's go across that top row that Bob has, PS 20192. Then it has capacity, load limit, lightweight, and so forth. That's all one block that he's going to cut out and put that as a single decal on the side of whatever freight car this is. Now think about this. That's something you can't do if you buy off-the-shelf decals. Now, if you have someone custom make them for you, and there are many people out there who will do custom runs of decals for you, they can set this up for you, but you can do it yourself so easily now. So he's got 1, 2, 3 different cars here, 92, 106, and 110. I just cut it off, didn't show all of that. And then he's got some other data on here. And on the bottom, he has a different type of car. And I know that the ones on the bottom are actually rib-sided box cars. Because I've been on the railroad before, and I know that just makes sense. So take a look at the Santa Cruz and Felton Railway ones. Now, we do have a second run of Santa Cruz and Felton boxcars. They haven't come out of my local shop here in Louisville, but Santa Cruz and Felton decided that it was too much of a maintenance headache to have those white and green sided cars, and they were getting dirty. So they went all BN green across the side. And when they did that, they decided to change the logo to just a white logo. So I've got them here in black because they're going to print these white decals. We just haven't gotten there yet. And as you look at this, you're going to see I've got SA and NTA, FEL, CR, TON, and then UZ out by itself. Well, if you look at this rib-sided boxcar over here, you can see exactly why I have put those as blocks. I'm going to cut out the SA and I'm going to cut out the NTA with the FEL below it and so on and so forth. I didn't show you the whole sheet here, but there's another part of the sheet that has the SF and the capacity, load limit, lightweight, and then another chunk that has RW and the actual numbers, and then the 721 or whatever it happens to be, whatever the car number is, and that chunk as well. It just makes it easier for me as the modeler, as a model builder, to apply these decals instead of saying, okay, now I'm going to put the SF, then I got to closely align this part, the CAPI load limit, and then forget that. Make it easy for yourself. And again, it doesn't matter whether you're doing pure white or, in my case, on these box cars, they were as close as I could get to being green. And actually, the color's off a little bit on the slide, but it really is pretty close to Burlington Northern Cascade green. Step 3. This confounded me when I first started doing this. And this is actually why I said to myself, I'm going to do a clinic on this and save people a lot of headaches. Set the printer parameters to print black only, no grayscale. When I first started doing this, I didn't do that. And I was getting some weird stuff coming out of the printer. I mean, some really weird stuff coming out of the printer. It was not coming out right. I'm like, I know it's black. And I went back and checked, and everything's all zeros, and it just didn't make sense. So I had to walk away from it, come back to it, and I finally said, you know what? I need to tell it to print black only, no grayscale. Magic. Another friend of mine had a problem with his. It seemed to be working right, and then something wasn't quite right, though. And what we found out was needed to do an update on the printer software so that they could say, don't print grayscale, print black and white only, print monochrome, or whatever it happens to say on your printer. But that needed to be done, and the only way to make that checkbox active was to do an update on the printer software on the computer, and it worked just perfectly. Step 4, clean piece of paper, a piece of paper. Verify the sheet prints as 100% pure. It's a lot less expensive to blow a piece of paper where things didn't go right than a piece of decal paper. You know there's a cost difference there. And the frustration level will get very high if you keep blowing up pieces of decal paper. So go ahead and get a clean piece of paper out. Verify that that sheet prints 100% black. If there's grayscale on it, something isn't right, go and troubleshoot. It may be one image that's just not quite that pure black. Go back, check it, make sure it is. Make sure that everything prints exactly where you want it and what you want on that sheet. You know how sometimes you've written a document and when you print it out, you go, how in the world did I do that? How did I mess up that? Do that. And it's a whole lot easier to check it when it's printing black on a white piece of paper than after it's on the side of a car as a white decal. Bad things will happen then because all your friends will point it out to you. You know that. And then, of course, refine the print sheet until it's good to go. And when it's good to go, now comes the magic. You load the white Ghost toner cartridge in the printer. And this is actually how you make this thing work. You go to that URL, ghost-white-toner.com/toner supplies. If you just go to ghostwhitetoner.com, you will eventually find it. But if you do the /toner-supplies, you'll get right to the page where all the toner cartridges are listed. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of laser printers supported. The laser printer that I'm using is a color laser printer, and that means it has cyan, magenta, yellow, and a black cartridge in it. It's less than 5 years old. I have another laser printer. It's not supported, but it's also 12 years old. Okay, I get it. The white toner cartridge folks, the Ghost white toner cartridge folks, can only support so many. It doesn't make sense for them to create toner cartridges for really ancient laser printers. So yours may not be listed. But with hundreds of them out there, probably either you or a friend that you know, that you trust, with using your laser printer, your toner cartridge, may be able to make it happen. Again, I was fortunate. Bob Winehair was fortunate. A couple other people I know, they're very fortunate. They had printers that were supported. Have a friend across town here who his laser printer is not supported. And I said, you know what? Neither one of us is going to print enough white decals to eat up all the toner cartridge anytime soon. And you only need 2 or 3 sheets. It doesn't make sense for you to go do this. I'll just print it for me. You supply me the decal paper and we'll call it even. And there we go. So he bought me a pack of 10. He used half a dozen. I get 4. I call it more than fair. Most of the toner cartridges that are available out there are going to be about between $200 and $300 a piece. If that sounds like sticker shock, it shouldn't, because a good quality black toner cartridge is going to be 100 plus today if it's going to do long life anyway. You're not going to probably use this up unless you're going into business. If you're going into business doing white decals, this is probably not the way to do it. But I don't think it's excessive, especially given all the flexibility that I get from being able to do this myself and from being able to help, other fellow model railroaders as well. So I think it's well worth the cost there. You'll find some that are more, some that are less, but the majority are between $200 and $300. So when you go out there, this is the page. If you follow that link, and over on the left, you select the brand, click the link for whichever yours is, and then once you select, and I just selected HP, there's a long list that you can scroll and scroll and scroll through, and hopefully you'll find yours listed. If not, again, you've got some options. Use that friends network to its advantage for you. So after you order this thing, and I use PayPal to pay for it, okay? I use PayPal. It is shipped from Germany. These folks are located in Germany. Couple different stories here. First of all, watch for free shipping offers. So go to their page, go to their website, sign up for their, email newsletters. Just sign up for the email newsletters and be patient. You might find out there's a free shipping offer, which would be kind of nice having something shipped from Germany for free. I like that. I did wait, and I was able to take advantage of that. How long is it going to take to get here? I don't know. Everybody I talked to has had different experiences. Anything from, gee, it took about a week to me, it took almost a month. I was the lucky guy. My toner cartridge got to a port in New York, and I got a text and I got a phone call and I got an email from FedEx saying, we need you to fill up this customs form for this toner cartridge. And I said, why? These other people I know didn't have to. And he said, luck of the draw, man, luck of the draw. So I filled it out. I sent it back. And 2-3 days later, it appeared on my doorstep. Deal with it. So next, you've loaded this cartridge in that you bought and it's shipped from Germany. And hopefully you didn't have to go through the customs hassle like I did. You take the black toner cartridge out of the machine, you put the white cartridge right where the black was. So you no longer have a black toner cartridge in there. And again, in my case, I have a color laser printer. So I still have cyan, I still have magenta, I still have yellow. And now instead of a black toner cartridge in its place, I have placed the white toner cartridge that shipped over from Ghost. Next, you load the decal paper in the laser printer. Another couple suggestions here. Use some really good quality decal paper. Don't find the cheap stuff don't get the cheap stuff. Also, blue background. Think about this. You're going to be printing white decals. You want to be able to see them while they're still on the paper before you float them off in the water, right? How are you going to see them? You got to have some kind of colored background. The blue background stuff works well. The white background stuff, not so much. And the gray, still not so much. And I've seen all those, but the blue background stuff works really well. Get it at your local hobby dealer, order it online, whatever. But whatever you do, don't get the white background stuff. And then finally down here, the third bullet, you want clear decal paper. You don't want white decal paper. We're going to print this black, which is actually going to be white because of the toner cartridge, onto the decal paper, and you want it to come out white. You don't want white on white, obviously. Step 7, hold your breath and print. The printer thinks it's printing black. That's why you made all these all the images pure black. The printer thinks it's printing pure black, but you've replaced that black cartridge with a white one. So the printer, not knowing any different, prints pure white on the decal sheet. If it's not pure black, it won't be pure white, and you won't be happy because you just wasted a decal sheet. And again, generally those things are not real cheap. Again, it's not going to cost an arm and leg, but it's not real cheap. And hopefully, you'll come out with some things that look, somewhat like this. It's pretty easy to do. So those are the basic steps. You create the graphics and the text. You create a print sheet, a document. You set the printer parameters, and again, this is the hardest part, I think. Do some testing. Load that white toner cartridge. The place to get it, the link was in there. Load that decal paper in the laser printer. Hold your breath and print. And then, of course, it's just like you would apply any other decals. If you gloss coat them before you put them on, or excuse me, if you gloss coat your decals after you put them on your car, go for it. If you don't do that, don't do that. If you don't coat them first, or you use the Tamiya equivalent, go for it, whatever. But after you've printed them, they're just decals. Okay. So some recommendations. As I said before, create only what you cannot easily or inexpensively purchase. Use on-hand software or software that's free, inexpensive to use. There's no reason to go out and buy Photoshop or CorelDRAW. You just really don't need it. Okay. Use good quality decal paper, and of course, only pure white decals. How do you get the pure white decals? The images, the text are all pure black. That's how you make that work. And again, if you don't own a laser printer, if your own laser printer is not supported, or if you do not have a laser printer at all, find a friend. My good friend across town here, Russ Weiss, likes to say, I have a guy. And somewhere in every one of Russ's clinics, it's I have a guy that helped me with that. He's currently putting in signals, and Russ has many guys helping with that. Well, find a guy or gal with a laser printer that is supported. Either split the cost of the toner cartridge or buy the toner cartridge and come up with some kind of deal where they get some access to it or something, but collaborate on it. Collaborate on the design, share the printed results with other people. Whatever works, there are ways to make this work, even if you don't have a laser printer that is supported by the Ghost toner cartridges. Again, this is my solution. Your solution may be different. My solution has been bounced off at least 3 others that I know who are doing this sort of thing with the Ghost toner cartridges. You're going to need a laser printer. You're going to need that white toner cartridge, clear laser decal paper, and hopefully with a blue background. Some type of graphic software, unless you're only doing text. And if you're only doing your morning marks and things like that, you could probably get away without graphic software, just doing it in Word or Excel or something. A little bit of imagination and some initiative. So this is where we've been so far. Gave you a few examples, showed you what works well. We talked about what doesn't work well, and I did not bring any examples because I got rid of the examples. Talked about the basic steps, and we talked about a few recommendations as well. And that's officially the end, but yeah, that's about where I thought we'd be. We've got a little bit of time. So we're going to go into some bonus points here, some bonus slides, and there's only a couple of them. So what if you want to, what if you're modeling the late 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, and you need the COTS or the loop plate or something like that? How do you create these with your laser printer? Well, there are a couple different solutions. There's the hard solution, solution 1, and I've listed it all out here, where you create a black image with white lettering and numbers, use clear decal paper, and you print use a black toner cartridge, and of course the white lettering and numbers will be clear. Okay, so you can see through it. And then cut out a pure white decal, a bit larger than the black image, which is going to be your loop plate. Put that white decal, that plain white, on the side of the freight car. Make sure it's totally dry, seal it, and then take the black loop plate decal that you printed and cut it out and put it on the top of that white square, white rectangle. I actually had someone tell me that was the way to do this. And they had probably done this with 100 plus cars. And I went, there's got to be an easier way. And there is. Create that same image with the white lettering and the numbers. Now, the white lettering numbers are just going to print clear if you use white decal paper, and a black toner cartridge. The white lettering and numbers are clear. The lettering and numbers show through the black image. So you've created a stencil that you've printed on this thing. That's what you've really done. And that is so much easier. You could do this. I think it's a lot of extra work to do this, but you certainly could. But the easier way, good grief, get yourself some white decal paper, create the loop plate in Word, PowerPoint, Excel, whatever works for you. Print those. You can print 100 of them on a single probably 100 of them on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper on decal sheet, and you're done. Then all you have to do is cut neatly, and you've got them all done. All right, don't make this harder than it needs to be. We have enough challenges in model railroading. This is an easy one, and honestly, that does end it. So, Mr. Jenkins, if you're still there, do we have any questions for me?
Okay, let's have a little look over here in YouTube land. That was a brilliant presentation. It's quite apt actually, because our printer here is just well shuffled off the coil, so it looks like we're going to have to get a new printer. So that may be a deciding factor in what type I get, is whether we can get a white cartridge
There you go.
printer to go in there, because I could do with a few decals, being as I model an Australian prototype that it's hard to get bits and pieces for, especially lettering in the right font. It might be a good idea. So let's have a little look over here on the chat. There's quite a bit in here, I think. Let's have a look. There's a few people saying hello. Dan's Model Railroad Journey. I successfully used an inkjet printer. Yes, we've got a couple of people over here that have been dabbling in printing, and they tend to either use the Alps printer. That seems to be very popular with a lot of the guys over here, but I believe it's harder now getting the materials and the printer ribbons for them. So, have you had any experience with that?
I have not personally, but I know people who have, and they are. I know a couple of guys who have Alps printers, and they're fretting their dwindling supply of Alps print cartridges, because they're like, you can't get them anywhere anymore unless you find them on eBay, where someone has said, I'm done with my Alps printer, I'm selling what I have left over. But no one's making them anymore.
Yes.
No one's making the printers, and nobody's making the cartridges anymore. That's the real rub.
Yes. I know one of the guys here who does quite a bit of printing. It was probably about 5 or 6 years ago. He came across about a dozen new in-box Alps printers, and he bought the whole kit and caboodle just to get the printer cartridges out of them.
Yep. And there's a series of videos going on over the last few weeks in Model Railroader, where Gerry Leone and 2 others are building these 3 different box cars, and Gerry printed the all the lettering, all the decals on his Alps printer, and in there he even talks about they're not making them anymore. I bought one for this price. Now they're this price.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they're yes. So we got here Heath from Human City Junctions here. He was saying, so you do need a white toner cartridge. Unfortunately, not available for my laser printer. Oh dear. Looks like somebody else is going to be buying a new laser printer, I'd say.
Or find a guy.
Yeah, or find a guy that's got one, yeah. Happy Valley Robbie says Works just got a new laser printer, so maybe he's going to get a cartridge for his Works printer. Pete says, yeah, he's got a brother, so obviously they don't work for brother.
Yep, that's the one that's sitting up there that's more than 12 years old.
Yeah.
It was wonderful in its day.
Just trying to cipher through a lot of comments in here about a great presentation and the likes. Daniel Banks is saying Inkscape is nice for being able to do your text and logo as a vector, which makes enlarging without pixelation possible. That's a bit out of my league, but do you understand what he's talking about there?
I understand exactly what he's talking about. So if I was to take that Pennsylvania Southern logo from Bob Weinheimer's railroad, the one that was on the side of the transfer caboose, the red transfer caboose, and enlarge it, it would have all sorts of jagged lines around the edge because it is not a vector graphic. But keeping it in HO and using it as we are, it's perfectly fine. Dan is working in ON30. He'd have to expand that. He'd have to make it larger, so it'd be all jaggies around the side. If it was a vector graphic, it would stay smooth, and we wouldn't have that issue.
Ah, okay. So it makes it a lot easier for resizing. Okay.
Makes it smoother for resizing.
Right. Yeah. Someone else was asking, do they make white toners for monochrome printers?
Yes,
Okay.
I like that kind of question. Yes.
Yeah, and Daniel was saying again, the Canon cartridges are very affordable. You can find a used printer, but you could be all set up for around about $100.
There you go.
So there's a
Yeah,
couple of other people.
and if somebody goes out to when you go out to the Ghost printer toner cartridge site, they're going to really want to sell you a turnkey solution that includes a printer and a white toner cartridge. You don't need that. You don't need to
Right.
buy their printer. You just need the cartridge.
There's a couple here. Let's see. Daniel was saying he once owned an Alps printer and then threw it away with a sad face. And he also is in N scale as well. So I guess he's after the detail. Which do you think is the better way of printing? I mean, I've dabbled a bit with the inkjet printing, and then having to seal it afterwards once you've printed out your decals. But which technology do you think is the better, inkjet or laser, for shrinking, for getting down to N scale, so you can still keep the detail?
The laser.
The laser by far.
Yep. I think so. Yeah. I can print much finer with that laser than I can with an inkjet. And I honestly never had happy success with printing decals on an inkjet. I got them to work. They were okay, but I wasn't really that happy. But once I went to the laser, it's like, oh yeah, clean, crisp, and you don't have any of the because it's just toner. It's not ink. It's not
Yes.
water based and so forth.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
not
liquid
running,
going.
I guess. Yeah.
It's burning it into that medium.
Because that was the other thing I noticed. I had to buy special ink to go in the inkjet printer to print onto the toner paper, which is probably just as expensive as buying a white cartridge on its own. But yeah, and then of course having to put up with all the fumes after you'd sprayed all the cards. Of course, knowing me, I did the first batch and I did them in the train shed here, so we had to open all the doors and windows and not go in there for 2 hours. Otherwise, you wouldn't come out, I don't think, with all the fumes that were left there. But
I get it.
No, that was very, very interested in presentation. Could you give us a bit of info on other types of decals that you've done with maybe, say, artwork, as well as doing printing of text, numbers, but actually sorting out and creating logos, in other words?
Well, is my screen share still up?
I think Brad can work the magic.
Let's go to. Is it sharing now, Brad? Okay, so let's talk about this one, the Santa Cruz and Felton. And actually, it's Santa Cruz and Felton 721, regardless of what the slide title says. Again, this one was all done on that same printer, on that same laser printer, using standard clear decal paper. The logo, the Santa Cruz and Felton Railway, was not created by me. It was created by one of my coworkers when I worked downtown years ago. And I made a deal with her that, see, I didn't have a guy, I had a gal. But I made a deal with her. I said, Jennifer, you are wonderful at designing logos and so forth. I tell you what, I'll buy you dinner. And she said, great, here's the gift card I want. If you design this logo for me. And I gave her some basic guidance about what I was looking for.
Yes.
I said I wanted it to, because the Santa Cruz and Felton Railway is running on the old SP's Santa Cruz branch. It's an imagined line, imagined railroad running on a real line.
Yes.
So if you know Jim Providenza, his railroad runs from San Jose over the Santa Cruz Mountains into Santa Cruz. Mine instead follows the line that exists today from Watsonville Junction around Monterey Bay, going north into Santa Cruz and up into the hills into Felton. So I said, I wanted to reflect the fact that we're in the woods, the redwoods. So you see the trees. I wanted to kind of reflect that that old SP logo with the circle with the straight slash across it, the sunset route. And I also wanted to somewhat reflect the Roaring Camp and Big Trees Narrow Gauge Railroad, which is the tourist line, which is up there now, and show something of that. So this is what she and I came up with. And quite honestly, this was not created in PowerPoint. It was not created in paint.net. This logo was created, you guessed it, in Photoshop and Illustrator and a couple other things where we pulled some things in. But it's just a logo. That's all. It's just an image file. And when she finished with it, I was like, I'm very happy with that. And there's some things buried inside of here that there's some things that relate back to the Santa Cruz area. So Santa Cruz County actually has 5 different districts, if you will, 5 different governing districts within it where they have representatives representing each of those districts at the county level. And if you take a close look, you'll see there are 5 trees in there. The red goes back to the Roaring Camp and Big Trees Narrow Gauge Railroad, and of course the circle with the horizontal slash and the track going off into the distance all harkens back to the Southern Pacific as well. She gave it to me as an image file, and I have used it on here. I've used it on a couple other things as samples and trying it out, and I have converted it to a pure black, which will eventually be printed as a white decal going on onto those reimagined box cars as well. So I think that's the biggest example of what I've done with decals as far as printing them on using the laser printer.
Oh no, they certainly look sensational. I think you've sold me on getting a laser, so that'll be my next little look up. Let's have a look. Got another question that come up here. Someone was asking, do you recommend that you replace and use a new drum with the white toner? So I guess that's okay.
No. On my printer, I'll take out the black, I'll put in the white, and it churns and it gurns and it does its thing, but very, very shortly, maybe a minute later or so, it says, okay, I'm ready to print. Now I have another friend who also has an HP printer, but a different model. His decides every time he replaces a cartridge that it wants to print a test sheet with that new cartridge. And we have collectively not figured out how to turn off that feature. And I'm putting that feature in quotes. We have not figured out how to turn that off yet. There's got to be a way, but we have not figured out how to do that. But no, I don't replace. I don't bother with the drum. It's fine.
Okay. And see, Dan put another question. He said it was off topic, but who is or was your mentor?
Who is or was my mentor?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I've stumbled around with a lot of mentors over the years for model railroading. And honestly, model railroading since honestly around the age of 3, we have pictures of me unboxing at my 3rd birthday, my American Flyer train set, but we have earlier pictures of me rail fanning with my Uncle Roger. He was not much of a model railroader. He enjoyed railroading and he enjoyed model railroading, but he just never got around to building a layout or doing much with it. So early on, he was certainly a motivating force. My dad hand laid some track when I was in middle school, and I was intrigued with that. And basically, he said, "Stay away, son. This is not for you." This is not for children. However, that stuck with me, and I have hand laid modules. Everything on this monster behind me and out in the room and out in the other room is not hand laid, but all the turnouts will be hand laid. So a couple things there and a little bit here and so forth, but there's not been one person along the way that has been the mentor. So hope that
Cool.
answers Dan's question.
Cool. I think that answers Dan's question there.
Okay.
I'm just having a little look back, and I haven't missed anything here. There's more time.
While you're looking,
Yeah.
I'll tell a little bit more about this boxcar and actually about Santa Cruz and Felton.
Yes.
The idea is that the railroad is, again, a reimagined railroad. That originally the line that ran from Santa Cruz up to Felton was built it was an air gauge railroad that was built in the late 1800s. It was absorbed into the South Pacific coast, which of course was absorbed into the Southern Pacific, and eventually was sold off to the UP, during the merger. And then eventually the UP said, we're not going to run this anymore. And it was purchased by the county of Santa Cruz. Well, in my mind, we jumped forward, and the county of Santa Cruz and some local investors have purchased this line from the SP in the mid 70s. So we are now looking at 1981. So when we created this boxcar, for example, we said, what would an incentive per diem boxcar look like for this little short line? Lots of examples out there to go by. So that's what we're trying to get at here with this.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay, I've had a little look back there. I don't think we've got any more
Alrighty.
questions. I think we've hit them, and we're getting up to the top of the hour. So, Fred, thank you very, very much for a very enlightening presentation. I look forward to seeing more of your layout and your modeling skills as we go forward.
Sure.
And if that's that, I think Brad will probably take us to a bit of a commercial, and we'll get the next presenter ready, and we shall be back shortly.
Alrighty, sir.
Thank
I'll
you.
see somebody over in chat.
You will.
Thank you.
Don't forget, everybody. Yes, we've got the breakout rooms that I think there's been a link floating around to the breakout rooms. So I think there's a bunch of people over there now already talking. I'm just having a little look over there. Yep, there's a few people there. So
Okay.
Everyone head over there, and we'll catch you later, Fred.
Thank you. See ya.
Thanks. Bye. Okay, welcome back. As you can see, it's a lovely day here down under. Nice and sunny. The wind's blowing in. Oh, hang on, I'm in Hawaii. I might see Neil walking down the beach here in a minute. Hang on, I'll have a little look. Anyway, we'll move on. We've got our next presenter coming up. Well, it's not, he's probably the #1 contributor, I think, of video input for NMRAx. And that's Gerry Hopkins. And I think he's got another little video here on converting Australasian HO to I don't know what. We'll have to watch the video and find out. So what do you reckon? You give it a roll, Pat? There, Brad? Have we got the Super 8 projector out? And
Hi, John. You just fall on the chairs out there. What are you going to do? Oh, I just been my knee patching the going off, like you see. Good. Are you ready? Well, you look at this man, it's not all that hard, is it?
And then there's another guy will sit inside a conker and do switching inside, which is part of the track, yep. And then there's another train leaves Winfield, which is cement hoppers out to Guthrie and back. So there's enough for everybody to keep operating. So ready for highlighting. I'll tell you, there's a super trees. Yeah, they do it. Yeah. Yeah, we cut the tops off a bit. We made them a bit smaller. I would have liked some to be a bit bigger, but you're right. Code 55 track, which are low. All the turnouts and micro engineering. Sorry. It heads this direction. So if you're heading in that direction, you're heading to where you are now at the back. This is the dusty yard. That's the dusty yard. That's what you need. You reckon? At the moment she's still working, but she's got her start doing it. So my days of free time might come to an end. You'll be tired too, won't you? Yeah, but I can't spend all day at work. What's that like over here? Real pretty. She could do all the most good work. I saw the 41 class when we came in. Oh, okay. She likes gardening, fortunately. It's a big gardener. She's planted about 100 plants in the last year or so. I don't mind it, but there's a limit to everything in my books. Not a bit. I get down to it, but no, there is a limit. I've discovered 50 times is my limit. I got where do we want to send it? See if that one was green over it. And if it is, it'll throw the train out. No, they're facing the other way. It's alright. So this is, when I press the button, this light will come on and turn the control out. And then after a delay, this one will come on, which is the response from the field. You'll also see this coming on as John Deaver moves, because I'm getting responses from the field as he moves his train around. So we see that come on. So then it gets off this block here. This is like everything that happens on the right will follow like an indication. So I'll refresh that. The control goes out. There's that indication and then these lights go dark. So that turnout is now. That's the normal process. That basically needs that normal process.
Oxnard out of there, isn't it?
If you get a chance to come up,
Yes.
did it change, Dennis? Yeah, you're right. It did.
Yeah, let's
Down
say
here,
it.
that's all.
Don't change it underneath. Not yet anyway, it's not over the top.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Oh my God, I've seen it before. Yes, I'm sorry, but listen, I'll lift up the hatch for you. We're not brothers up.
Change it back now.
We're not as brothers up. We'll lift up the hatch. Oh, no, that's fine. I need to get Pulse truck also? Oh,
That's all right. No,
do a cross here, are we?
we should do that. We'll set the coming for the second one, and I'll come on the third, so we'll time it right, we'll have it head on. We'll do it cross out the green for a wood.
Well,
Like this. And I think we might
Zero for headlights. Zero for headlights. And would you exceed the junction at 1 o'clock nose time? So would you have at 12:45? That would not be
Well, we're not actually.
No, not right.
We're just running it on sequence tonight. So.
Well, we can whiz round to see the junction here.
I can accept it.
You can't. Sorry, should have checked the head there. I'm seeing everywhere.
No, you're going to set us. You're going to set us for me. Because I've got 2 pickups from you.
Yes. Well, those sidings are not really set up for 5 cars there. They were all planned around 4. 5 with a short for police to come in. Okay, change that for... Which one? All clear? Thank you. Yes, yes, yeah, that's a bigger train than it's on
Yeah, and the structure of C is a very similar structure to Fortran, albeit the parameters are different.
Understand any of that? Right. Right. Get it, get it. It's made for aim for,
I'm pretty happy with
and to have the input from PhotoMatch.
yeah. I will help each other. That's what we're all about.
That's right. I mean, that for me is a big part of the hobby.
Yeah.
It's, you know, people who lock themselves away on their own and struggle with their limited skills.
Yeah.
And when you get that share,
You can learn from one another.
and it gets exciting, man.
Yeah, it's the only way you never really get much better. You can only learn so much from the
I've got to work out what I'm going to do.
That's a local problem, that's a wire problem. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you're there. You've got the camera.
Can you stop him, John Deaver? Can you stop him? Not that they're allowed outside.
Welcome to the N-scale layout of Jeff Lee, MMR. A beautiful layout, which unfortunately no longer exists. He's taken it all down and rebuilt a new one. Looking forward to videotaping the new one. There are no sounds in these particular locos, although they're running on DCC. But you can open the window and you can hear the Pacific Ocean, which is less than a stone's throw away. So it's in a nice area, beautiful scenery, and everything runs well. Jeff has regular operating sessions with a bunch of other N-scalers from around Sydney and the Central Coast. And unusual. For
not that they're that out front.
NMRA convention, NMRAx convention in the middle of January. So you have to tell your mates to get in and have a look.
Won't go backwards. Yeah, right side. Go backwards now. Where do you want?
Okay, that was another inspirational video by Gerry. I mean, some of those layouts in there I've seen in person, some I haven't. There's a couple in there that are actually residing in the US now, so I understand. The very first layout we saw is Smuggler's Cove, which is over in the Cal State Museum, I believe. That was the layout that Australia sent over for the exhibit. So yeah, it was very interesting. So let me have a quick look on the YouTube. We got any other questions? No real questions over there.
I don't think there's too many questions there, Martin.
No. So we're getting towards the end. It's 11 o'clock in the morning here on Sunday morning, so I might go for a dip in the ocean later on and see how we're going. I'll go and scare all the locals. But we've got another NMRAx presentation coming up in the 27th of May. So if you guys want to nip over to the Facebook group and have a look, the list of presenters is already up there.
It's also over in the interchange. I put the link up there. So
and there's also over in the interchange. Yep, for all the people over on the NMRA. I think that's going sensational, isn't it? The interchange, the number of people that have taken that up. It's certainly going to change the way we communicate with each other. And yeah, that's going to be a 3-hour clinic, not an 8-hour one like we've had tonight. And we're going to be starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So that'll be about, 1 o'clock in the morning for us, wouldn't it, Brad? I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's our usual time schedule.
Something like that, 1 o'clock in the morning, but it's in the future. You got to remember, we're always in the future. So if you see us come up, you know tomorrow's going to happen because it's already happening. Anyhow, that's all I've got from my sunny balcony here. You got any other comments to add, Brad? Or
ready for breakfast?
He's ready for breakfast. We'll catch all you guys on the 27th of May. Stay safe, and we'll see you soon.